Okay, maybe you were first today. You know, they made it a lot more obvious that this guy is a zombie. It's there's no secret behind it anymore. All right. Probably today we're gonna have a helicopter. And I'll have to deal with that. And then I also want to finish the fences. How dare you say the J word? Don't do that. At least you censored it. Yeah, we're gonna finish the fences on the roof. I might allow myself to lug some furniture home. Because we have quite a few empty rooms upstairs. And let's see. We got 10,000 last stream. I'll probably try to get some axe. I want to maximize max axe. The dog subscribed. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, Otter. Brad, please explain how pro players deal with being nauseous. You just either you want to kill all your Zeds in a line, right? And then you want to rest, you know, a distance away from it so you're not getting queasy. That plus if you have a respirator, if you have a improvised gas mask, you can wear this. If you have the improvised gas mask though, you're gonna want to wear it the entire duration that you're on top of the corpses because it only protects does moderate protection. This you can wear. You know, you recharge it with rags. Pretty easy to get it. But yeah, once you're queasy, it's just a matter of resting away from the corpses rather than directly on top of them. Bezospucks. I'll have a little bit of money back on my. I mean, I don't buy too much stuff on Amazon. Bingo number 1, yeah. Why do you not have corpse sickness? I've already been streaming. Yeah, bandana and as well as taking resilient lowers your rate of corpse sickness, but it won't protect you. Queasy will go away with the time. You just need to be away from the smell. Of course, if you are watching somebody play and they're playing on 42.12 or below, you know, the prior to multiplayer updates, corpse sickness was not really all that much of a problem back then. You know, I have no shortage of, you know, VODs myself of fighting on top of thousands of corpses for, you know, 10 to 12 hours plus before you get queasy. But if you did that nowadays, you would die. Welcome to my tech support. Here, let's just cut some trees down today. Grab half of these. Oh, stack rope. Nice. Now I can do that. Rope stack. Turn on. Tune in. What's up, bro? I can even reach that third box at the ceiling. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in truth, how do you even get the items out of the crates when they're on the lower crate without picking up all the other crates? And, you know, you have to take the lid off or however it is. It's all a dream. I don't exist. Negative 15 C. We're nice and cold. Alright, well, it seems I do not have a helicopter today. So we're gonna start with a little chill start here. Cut some trees down, cut some bushes down. Using my force push. I mean, in fact, I should probably go down this line and get rid of the bushes that are growing in. We are getting some erosion. Zomboid. Lemongrass just bumps you down by 1, but it doesn't last forever anymore. Your get out of jail free card if you have some fresh stuff, but you can't dry it out, and it doesn't last forever. It's a little difficult to keep on you like you could in the past. Put you up. We're gonna put the rope up. Wash my dirty diaper. Yeah, there is a cooldown. We've got to deal with that stuff, or that becomes an issue. Alright, I think it was just those guys, but I'm going to check the road too, just to make sure. It is not just those guys, there's like a group coming in from somewhere. Hanger part over the water. I mean, I just kind of freeballed it, bro. It originally was just gonna be a box because, you know, the box is just the easiest kind of structure to build. And, you know, when you're early game, it's just a matter of getting a shelter over your head. But yeah, I didn't really go into it with a plan. Just kind of went with it. Go with the flow. And part of it did ended up being in the water. Bro, put stone on stone and that's happened. Yeah, I mean, if I could go back and, you know, do it again, I would maybe shift it over or, you know, make it have it pointing straight up. But it's a little hard to, you know, shift how something is built when it's already there. Not perfect, but it's mine. To unstack. Bunch of logs. Those in my bag. Put it in the other bag. You make it into a weekly YouTube episode thing, if folks. I mean, I'll have to go back and update or, you know, edit 70 hours of footage. At some point I will. I need to take these watches apart. Oh wait, let me favorite this thing. More favorite, that way I don't take it apart. Okay, there we go. Now I'm taking apart the watches. Get all the electrical. I'm a genius. Nah, I'll need to do it on my own, king. Yeah, I just gotta grind it out. This guy's got a calc, not anymore. I smashed it up. And ate it. Generator with the electrical grind? Bro, win generator. And that tree took a lot of hits to go down. Yeah, you can rep close that way too. Or saw logs through the menu, but I just right click on them. The watches I do through the menu because, you know, there's going to be 50 of them. Pretty soon I won't really need to cut the trees down like this anymore, but... we are not max maintenance. You know, a bit of an underrated part of Lumberjack, the whole cutting down trees thing, and then also, you know, the weapon that you're using its level influences the amount of strain you get when you're cutting trees down. I just cut, 5 trees down and I'm not even strained at all. Now you have to, well, you can saw them up if they're on the floor, but I mean, you're gonna have to pick up the planks at some point to use them. But I typically don't saw the logs up until I need them, because if you just saw the logs up and you don't, need them immediately where you're sawing them, then you have to pick up the planks again. And you can't tie up planks like you can tie up logs. So I would try to avoid sawing up a bunch of planks for no reason. Hello, Bradford. My name isn't Bradford. Damn, this axe is just completely dull. My name's not Bradford. My name is not Bradford, guys. We still have this, like, visual bug with the trees. Primary, get the last log. The last log. Take that, put that in there. Okay, we didn't pick up the stack. Go here, make log. Grab the logs, make log. My inventory, awesome. Toenail cam? Alright, bro. Really tried the mod more skills? Nah, I pretty much just play vanilla. And it's not so much that I like grinding as much as, like I try to avoid it as much as I can. But it's just a part of the game more than anything at times. Like, if I really cared about grinding and maxing all the skills out and doing all that, then, I probably would have a much different build than I do that allows me to do glass making or, anything that involves reading. Oh wait, I already had potatoes in my inventory. Nice. But, I mean, end of the day, Zomboid is quite a grindy game if you, get into it. Eating the potatoes. What's up? What's up, Captain? The learn to read mod? Nah. Too easy. Yeah, you said the R word. Don't say that. We don't talk about reading here. Brad, what would you give me in return if I take illiterate? Well, to take illiterate, you would need to reset your character. That's all I'm saying. Because, fun fact, your character sheet actually ranks the perks on how cool they are. And since illiterate is the coolest perk, it's always the first one. Unless you're deaf. Recipes not needed at all. There are certain recipes like the making the lighter I can't ever do. There might be an auto learn at like a really high level of electrical or something like that, but if you can't auto learn it, then I can't do it. Yeah, you don't even have to worry about books unless you really want to start a big fire. So being high thirst is more interesting than being an outdoorsy guy? What do you mean? But yeah, I don't think high thirst is... I would not take high thirst. Why can't I learn it at a stupider setting? What are you trying to say about me? I'm so smart, man. I just see the true value in books in that they're able to start fires. In my traits, this is low thirst. I'm taking the opposite of that. I think low thirst is a great perk, especially for only 2 points. Panicking. I haven't had a nightmare in forever. Yeah, high thirst and low thirst. I don't even remember what low thirst is. Is the glass just always full versus the glass is always empty? That's probably what the difference. Yeah, and build 41 I always took high thirst, but you know, it was a lot more value back then. How often can you drink tainted water without dying? I, for the entire like first month of this run, just drank exclusively tainted water and didn't die, and I have weak stomach. That being said, I didn't put it in a bottle, and I know Zomboid in the past had it so that if you drank tainted water out of a bottle, you would die. So I just kind of always avoided that. So they might have fixed that now, but I just drank directly from the stream and I didn't have any issues. I think conspicuous is still very easy to deal with in 42, but yeah, smoker and build 41 was basically just a good perk because you could face tank cigarettes for happiness. Not use bait, I find, and just use fillets. I mean, you can use bait. Like if you're already foraging, you can just do that. Oh wait, you said, hey, I'm level 3, but I'm catching small fish and I can't stand the calories. What do I do? Just eat all the small fish you can. If you do catch a larger fish, just keep it for the fillet, and then that's more bait. But yeah, at the lower levels of fishing, you might need to just look for insects for bait. Yeah, lower levels of fishing is a lot more grinding. You just said the game lists them by coolness. Yeah, the litter is at the top. It's the coolest perk. Now, river water can definitely poison you if you drink it straight up. I've gotten queasy from drinking like tier 3 thirst. I've not like went out of my way to try to die from the river, you know, water, but you know, I've drank tier 2, you know, thirst plenty of times and had no issues. My longest run's 3 years. I did it on stream. The run ended because the game updated and I couldn't play the save anymore. Or I could, but it was like all busted up and broken. But you even do after a year. I mean, if you play with 16 times the oids, there's lots of oids on the map. But I mean, that's like the very common question you get is like, how are you not bored? What are your goals? It's a sandbox game at the end of the day, so like after you kind of have all your needs met, your base built, and all that stuff, you gotta just make your own things to do. So there's not really anything to do. But that is where you have fun if you so choose to. Like, what do you do in Minecraft after you beat the Ender Dragon? Well, You just build stuff. I can already feed myself and live infinitely, and I have iron armor. Nothing can kill me. Can marry a zombie at year 4. Didn't get that far. Oh, wait. I also slept beyond where the helicopter came. I'm grinding, tweaking at the river. Maybe. What is Minecraft? Like a prequel of Vintage Joy. Once upon a time, there was a miner named Steve, and he just went out and started crafting and mining, and then doing more crafting. Oh shit. Oh crap, bro. We got the heli. Do I have weapons? I mean, they kind of are potato weapons, but you can use the hatchets. Oh crap. Great day for nightmare, Virgil. He had a nightmare about the helicopter. That is not claim. Let me get these. Wait a minute. That's stupid. I can't carve it up. Yeah, Zomboid's not really a game if you have low attention span. I mean, it'll probably keep you like entranced for, you know, the first, you know, 0 to 100 hours where you understand it. But if you're attempting to play a run like this where you're gonna live for months and months or years or whatever, then might be a bit more difficult to kind of keep your attention. You know, there's other games, like I played some, you know, 40-minute kind of games out there. Killing Floor is a game that I play, albeit it is an old game. But, you know, there's a definite outcome after 40 minutes. Doesn't require you to sit down and play for, you know, 4 hours to progress. Jump over a hedge. Just do it. It's in a dark room with nothing going on. What, when the helicopter comes on? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. I doom scroll and all that for, you know, IG Reels or YouTube Shorts and stuff, so it's, I don't think I'm impervious to stuff like that, but... It's just like the first 30 minutes of my day before I just fucking roll out of bed kind of thing. Okay, if you can play for more than 40 minutes. I just meant like how long a round lasts, but... I mean, if you really want to get into it, there are like some, you know, MLG kite lobby types of guys that just, you know, run around with Berserker for 4 hours on the same map. But I've done that, you know, enough times that I kind of don't want to play that way anymore. Last an average amount. Yeah, my KF runs are about 2 minutes long. Or sorry, my Zomboid runs. Two minutes, take it or leave it. Am I deaf? No helicopter. He could come anytime between here and 18. Do I think axes are still viable in 42? I think axe is the best skill in 42. And 41, not so much because, well, I guess you could make the stone axe, and the stone axe weighed some weird value like 1.2 or whatever and was pretty good. But I think axe in 41 was, you know, below the short blade and spear. 2 minutes perfectly adequate. I mean, you know, like what more do you want from me? That's like. Yeah, axe is without a doubt, you know, if not spear, the best perk in 42. It's probably the best perk in 42 just because you get utility from it too. You can cut trees down and not have strain. So like early game, it's easily the best perk, and then late game it is still like retains its value. So I'd say it's the best perk for that reason. You had durability sharpness mode. Well, axe, fun fact, now has access to the flint saw and stone scythe, which are probably the best weapons in the game. Early game, you can use the crude axe if you want, but here we go. We have our heli man here. And we won't get into the, hey bro, what's the best weapon type right now? Because I have a helicopter I gotta worry about. Yeah, heli couldn't be there till, I mean, he can stay after 6, but the thing is that he can show up at 18 or 6 p.m. So sometimes you get some really late in the day helicopters. This one's not awful, but 9 p.m. maybe. Yeah, I'm not like for certain on it. I know it's, you know, 7 a.m. is the earliest you can hear the radio station call out for it, but the latest I have personally had it is 6. And those late ones are no good. All right. Okay, I was gonna say he's gonna do more passes. Team main. No, I have a gas mask on. Honestly, kind of chilling on it, but you know, it's not like I haven't been killing guys on this road for like the last 4 months. 7 p.m. to chop wood, and then heli comes. Yeah, it's usually it just comes at a rather inconvenient time, especially late in the day. Was there to drop loot? Yeah, I've seen a few people that expect the helicopter to be like, "Oh, I'm gonna extract guys." It's a random amount for the helicopter, how long it stays. That one was 2 passes. It can do up to 4. So this guy showed up at what, like 10 p.m. or whatever, so it can be up to 4 hours. And also, the duration of the helicopter is based on your world settings for time. So if you play with, you know, like 4-hour days or 24-hour days or something, then the helicopter is going to be there for a lot longer. But if you play with 15-minute days, then he's just going to show up and then leave pretty much. Let's extract, guys. How you beat Zomboid? Do you get off on the helicopter? What's the goal for today? Kill oids, as well as finish my castle. And not die to the helicopter, but the helicopter is actually kind of chilling. Explore Fallas Lake. I've not seen the town. New town. New me. Let me see the castle. Eventually, man. We were just there. But unfortunately, the helicopter made me leave. But we'll be back. I ain't touching David. He's staying right where he is. That tree is sketchy. Pacifist viable? Pacifist is super easy to deal with. It's just lower weapon XP. That's it. Now, of course, if you're gonna level up a trait that doesn't have a bonus, it'll take a considerable amount of time. But it was already going to take a lot of time. Pacifist isn't really the game breaker there. Now, if they change the game and make it so the Pacifist like lowers your damage or something like that, that would really make it pretty bad. But right now, it's just lower weapon XP. No problem. Screen is just bright from the snow, yeah. Can wound infection kill you? No. Not with the default settings, at least. Where am I, Fallas Lake? Yeah, CDDA is a pretty fun game mode. Gotta get started. Find yourself some thread. Patch yourself up. My first time playing CDDA, I didn't even patch up the deep wound. I just healed it out. It took forever, but would not recommend. Get a fire pit. There's so many new crafting stations in these areas here. Rain barrels. I feel like a lot of the even old crafting stuff, like that level 1 chair right there, you just like never really saw on the old map. There's just a few of them scattered around. Oh, I'm not getting encumbrance down, am I? Oh, I've got 2 of them. Oh, they're both equally crapped on. All right. Extremely uncomfortable. And I would love to rest. But everywhere I go, 1 million oids. And they take 1 million hits with this crappy weapon. Now I'm exerted again, so let's go and try and rest. Rest. I like resting. That out of here. On thick skin, it's a bad perk, man. You could have 16 more points if you took thin skinned. 16 is a big number when it comes to, you know, your perks and all that. Quick thin skin and illiterate. Yeah, that's like 18 points right there. $18 points, no drawbacks. What you got in your fanny pack, bro? He's got gum and sunflower seeds. Bro didn't craft that gum. My bad. Let me make it disappear for you real quick. Also, very cool that you eat the gum. You don't chew it. You just eat it. You just... You didn't craft that gum. Gun crafting? Nah, gum. G-U-M, not G-U-N, but there is neither. Which is why you'll probably see me pick up a couple things throughout my time playing. Otherwise, I just can't do anything with them. Wait, could I learn something from that? No. Guns, you can't make. Gum, you can't make. It's forbidden knowledge. Alright, something tells me there's going to be a lot of guys stirred up from the heli. Nothing to be learned from any of that stuff. Nothing, nothing, nothing. We'll probably put this back on. And my diaper is actually needing to be changed. Hail the king of the hobos? King Hobo. Not with it. I need to make my crown, though. Brick my save by cutting down too many trees and stacking it in one area. But you just can't load it anymore. Usually with trees, you're okay, because the stuff you get from trees is kind of heavy. The problem is usually light stuff, so grass doesn't weigh a lot, and you can get a lot of grass. You put a bunch of grass down, there can be 500 grass in one tile. And it really messes the game up. Yeah, but items on the floor, you usually want to avoid having a big clump of them somewhere. Yeah, I usually try to, you know, especially the twigs and splinters, just burn those immediately. And then the other stuff you can make into charcoal. But sometimes with those loads, when it freezes or whatever, you can just sit there and wait. And it'll go through. Or you could try spawning in as a different character. And then loading your base. Anything crazy happened in the last hour? Yeah, bro. I went crazy. We actually extracted on the helicopter. And this is the afterlife. It's what it looks like. I was a bad guy, so I went to purgatory. Holy shit, wow. But yeah, the helicopter came. Wasn't that insane? Because I have, of course, killed a number of the guys here. First time I got the heli bench, I thought you could distract like that. Yeah. I had saw enough Zomboid content to know that he was just out there to mess with me more than anything. You swap weapons? Yeah, I typically don't, you know, I don't use something the whole time. I like to have a little bit of variety in whatever I'm using, rather than just use the same thing all the time. But I also didn't really have a whole lot of time to prepare and, you know, pick and choose what weapon I had. I just gotta run away if the helicopter was coming. He decided to be here today, and I had no say in that. I mean, I guess I did when I enabled it in the sandbox, but, you know, I don't think that counts. All right, we have got to do something about the weight situation. Let's go here. The weapon weight situation. That way. The Virgil Stokes situation. Which weapon you think is the best? The flint saw. No matter which skill, I mean, the skill of your weapon really influences that answer. Flint saw and stone scythe. Short answer. Long answer. That's the long answer. Short sword. Maybe if you're playing with tough zombies. Short sword's nice. You usually don't need the extra damage. You know what you're doing. Pipe bomb only? It'd be tough. I have thought about like an indirect zombie kill only thing. Be kind of funny. But I think if you kill Zeds with the pipe bomb, it still shows you getting kills. And more refund from 1.5 weight. That's true. But there's already 1 weight weapons that you can, you know, kill with 1 hit. far are we to... I guess I could grind out strength while I get fat. I didn't even know you could auto-learn the pipe bomb. But yeah, I've never really done a pipe bomb run. It is a cool like offshoot to, you know, the meta, where it's technically one of the faster ways to do it, but you just need to find like a lot of gunpowder. I mean, Engineer gave you the pipe bomb in build 41 too. That's not new. It's been like that. Or do I gotta build a campfire? I guess so. Means I gotta find rocks in the snow. I smashed all the rocks. We got rocks here. Nice. Rock, take it. Go back. Over here. Get the notch plank. Actually, we'll just get all this wood. Take these. Yeah, pipe bomb is not a new item. No, stop. Okay. Wait for fire, do it up. Awesome, awesome. I can catch fish again. Legendary catfish. Oh man. Yeah, but he's not the tungsten catfish. He's only 2,500 calories. Yeah, the only issue with like... I think you can get away with it on like slightly lower populations, but I really don't have all that much gunpowder to work with. Like if I get gunpowder from bullets, I don't think I get a whole bunch of it. I would have to take apart like all my bullets. Paddlefish, small paddlefish. He's just a baby. Okay, that one is giant. Where are you? Big striped bass. 6,000. What's up, Stevie? Yeah, pipe bombs do work. They do. You just have to play very differently. I mean, I've already gotten my share of fish. So much so that I can't pick up my plank or anything. Well, I can put the fish in the bag and then get it. There we go. At 20 for 20. Here, let me unobese myself real quick. Yeah, bro, I got the legendary catfish, and then I'm gonna just End his life of being a legend by burning him. Legendary catfish. Goodbye. And then this guy, a pretty nice one. Okay, well, you're supposed to put it on the floor. There you go. All right, dice. 14. Hey, I'm not a winner today. You can't always win. All right, yeah, see, this is me rolling a 14 versus me rolling a 20. You know, there we go. All I had to do was start complaining, and it works. Cleaning always works. I should make my character critically fail, as if I didn't critically fail starting that fire 10 times in a row. Roll a 1 for $1? Okay, bro. I got 13. We're getting the countdown. If the next one is 12, it's over for me. Okay, it's 10. We're fine. All right, get all my food out. It's the cooked food corner. I might build a little counter here or something. Or, you know, I do have an entire castle to work with, so I could, you know, change how it's kind of laid out. I don't just have to live in this little shit shack I built day one. Guy's a hobo in the woods and has a spiffo before me. Hey, man. How much foraging have you done? Not a lot. I am blessed by the game. Alright, let's put that out. You get the weight going up because it is a problem. Fresh cooked. Very good. And I'm just going to eat all these small ones first, I guess. Blessed equals cheating. He cheated and found nails. Unheard of. See, that guy didn't find nails, and he's getting through the cock and ball torture. We're going to try to get our strength up for a bit here while I get fat again. Here, I'll put the strength on. Strength. There we go. And I'm very close to, what, cooking 5, it seems. Yeah, the nails. I did find nails today on an MP server, guys. I don't know what is... I might actually be cheating. I mean, given it is my server and I am... You know, I do possess the ability to spawn stuff in, but... That one, is not spawned in. It does have a condition modifier to it. Yeah, it's probably been ages since I've done burpees. Yeah, I should maybe do those. Get the regularity back. eat. Fresh cooked, eat. Fresh cooked, eat. There we go. We're at that. We're at that. Well, here. Last watching you when I said at 3 a.m. might as well grind fitness and strength. You died doing that? Damn, bro. I feel bad now. I mean, nothing to me. It's all my fault. It's over for me. What, were you like max exerted and just someone popped in and just ended you or something? How'd it go down? Oh, maybe. More embarrassing. Oh, I don't have a lot of nails. I need to probably make more for stuff upstairs. But I can do the vlog section of it without nails. Don't even want to say just that it's my fault. Okay, of course. Of course, of course. I've been taking my time finishing this top section here, but it wasn't ever immediately necessary for me to do this. Alright, very nice. Now I need to do nails. I need chunks for that. So we're gonna do... Oh wait, might need to empty this crucible. Empty. Go back to... Alright, that's a bunch of chunks. Eat my zombies because I held right when I was supposed to run. Happens too often, man. I mean, I even had like a... I'm gonna admit to being a bit rusty playing, you know? A couple times where I'm turning around when I'm not supposed to. So anyways, here's 140 nails. Okay, why are we using the pliers and not the tongs, bro? Freaking Virgil always using the wrong thing. Alright, that should be more than enough nails. Oh, I made it quieter just for you guys. Hey, that's the thing. So multiplayer crafting is definitely a sit down and drink beer, like chill out and just hang out with people kind of thing, you know? If you're sitting there making nails by yourself, by your lonesome, you gotta have something else, you know? But yeah, single player, I really enjoy just fast forwarding, and it's like, oh, now I'm done. Righto. Can I fix the saw? So what's it? Fix saw. Only with file. So file. Need handle and half. You just sit and watch the stream? True. Can I find a saw in foraging? You can, and I did in this run, but I will say it is difficult to do. So in terms of like skipping tech tree stuff from building yourself up and nothing, finding a saw is huge for getting planks and all that. You can get planks by using the primitive saw to saw up tree branches, but you can't saw up logs. But yeah, if you do forge a saw, you get a lot more planks. But doing that is pretty inconsistent. The thing that you can kind of consistently do to skip tech tree stuff in this is you can get scissors. Scissors aren't the most uncommon thing. I'm not going to say that they're, you know, common or anything. They're still pretty rare. But if you find scissors, you can make all sorts of clothing that you couldn't otherwise. Because without scissors, you're kind of limited to just the head wrap, hand wrap, foot wrap, and then some garbage bag crafting stuff if you find a garbage bag and duct tape. Yeah, the game does not like the investigate biome when you're on top of something. It's on top of the water. Increase the size of the pig's enclosure. Can I? I think I probably should increase the size of the pig enclosure, right? Because they're stressed out. Or no, they should do, so the pig enclosure, the pig size, stressed pig size. Enclosure is the pig size pig. Pig size enclosure, pig too big, pig. Right? No. Pig size, pig enclosure, 2 pig stressed out. My ears. File. I need a handle. Pig stressed, pig size. B. Handle. Do it. There we go. Click here, then I do file. I can make it. I can actually do a saw too. I need the file to make the saw. Or can I just fix the saw with this? Awesome. I'm gonna leave this here. So once you have a saw and a file, you can just have it forever. Got a whole month without finding a saw. Like, trust me, if you're foraging with the intent of finding a saw, you're probably not going to find it. It is a very, very rare thing. I would focus more towards getting nails so you can make the pottery wheel. And then once you make the pottery wheel, you can, you know, start going down blacksmithing. But if you're just trying to get like a roof to your place, you can actually get a spade and a sack and put dirt floors down, and you can make a roof that way. Because the dirt floor works like a flooring tile. That's what I had at my house prior to having a saw. Awesome. So in total, now I've got fully fenced in, fully... Okay, damn it, not done. That side over there needs to be fenced. Alligator in the moat. Got alligator gar. Big gar. You know, I suppose I can use the rope right here to get everything up top in one go. Stack, stack. Primary, secondary. Grab the other one, grab that one. Put the log back down, get the stack please. There we go. Saves me some time. Unstack, unstack, unstack. And I'm just gonna go ahead and saw everything because it's already where it needs to be. Now I'm out of nails. Open X pack. Bro, I need plaster to do that. And I can't craft my own plaster. It's impossible. There we go. Now I'm done. Looks awesome. Now comes the process of what? Building furniture in here. Because I have basically nothing. What's up, Corndock? Table. With one hammer hit, I can build an entire table. Corndock is on a 50 stream streak. What? Why do I stream 50 times? Corndock just isn't here, but is here sometimes. Corndock cheating the game. I just visit. You put me on in the background when you're, I don't know, in the bathroom or something. This is all stuff I can melt, I can melt, I can melt, I can melt. There's a ton of stuff I can melt here. That. Melt. Corndock, are you still addicted to rust? He's addicted. I mean, it's almost the weekend, so you're, you know, Ejin up at whatever time it is. Not as bad. All right, so these crates are olden time crates. I can actually make a better one now. Hold some more stuff. Go and do that though. Pick that up, no problem. Crafted bed, we're gonna get poncho, we're gonna get pillow, we're gonna get plump a bug, foot wraps, feet, spiffo, twine footwear. Oh, I'm gonna have to like sleep here because I can't put anything on my bed on that tile. That's fine. Awesome. What, I sleep facing the, you know, wall rather than the door. Like a psycho. I have all these books somewhere. just go here, put all my literature up. I'm so literate. Where I think the biggest church is on the map. This isn't like some setup for a joke, is it? Probably in Louisville by the graveyard. I don't know. Is there a reason why you chose the right wall for my bedroom? I don't think it's that deep. I mean, if we want to like think about it, the forge would be warm, right? And heat rises, and then my bedroom would be warm, right? So that's why. Of course, he's cracked the code. Yeah, I mean, you can go on the Build 42 map website or whatever and see just about everything there. All right, we're gonna have to make some weapon crates up top because, I mean, just look how many random weps I got sitting around. Long dress. I found a wedding dress. I forged it. I guess I could have washed these before I brought them up here, but here we are. I did turn the helicopter on. So there is that as well as some meta events. But this area is just rather naturally defensible as well as the tiles around it do not have any population in them at all. So that is why it has been relatively safe here. So if I wanted to just constantly be attacked, I would have to turn uniform population values on for the cells, as well as, you know, having some aggressive respawn multiplier. I don't have that on right now. I mean, even if there is some, you know, migration that already exists, you know, migration I have on, redistribute I have on, but the cell that I'm in is just, there's, you know, I'm effectively just out in the middle of nowhere. Of course, now there is a castle here, so it looks like it's built up. But it was not like this originally. Yesterday, there was a helicopter. I did run to the field to the right. You know, of course I could sit here and draw the zombies to my castle. But, I mean, I can also just do a lot of illogical things to make the game artificially more difficult. And I gotta go all the way up the stairs in the dark and then find my bed in the dark. No, stop. What am I doing? I was like taking stuff apart. All right, there we go. All right, we're gonna make, this is the weapon room. 1 million weapons. Great. That one. Do it. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, Virgil, you can just stand on this tile and build this, you know? Wow, I know a better way to build this. Watch me. Building on water is kind of silly. Yeah, I mean, had I known that it was going to be like this, I would have just moved my, you know, original house a little bit to the left, but we didn't really go into this with a plan. I just kind of made it as I was going along. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of building, you know, just exclusively on the water. I think it is kind of, you know, it's illogical. But I'm kind of okay with this because it's made out of stone. It looks like it's, you know, coming out of the water, I guess. You can get all the weapons upstairs. That's all the tools. Those are fine. This is bone. Scissors and stuff. We'll get all the ammo up there. Pistol. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a river across the bridge, but if I make a river across the bridge, I also make a river across the bridge for the zombies. So, been avoiding doing that for a bit. Because my pigs really don't like when they see zombies across the river. They get angry. Angry pigs. Cam is still small. My camera is not small, bro. What are you trying to... Dude, my camera is average size. Come on, man. Alright, there's no other weapon here I really need. I do have, you know, 1 million baseball bats down here that I need to move. The camera is not small, guys. Baseball bat. Long mace. Different baseball bat. This is like alternate weapon. And these are the guns. I don't really have a ton. I do have that bag of police weapons on the road I should go and pick up. My camera is not small, guys. You guys simply just don't know what an average size camera looks like. Okay, we're going up. That is good. Open that up. cooler. We're gonna grab dumbbell, all my alcohol, toothbrush. I guess I'll get the lollipop too. Because why not? Put my alcohol in the cooler. Beer in the cooler. Peanut butter in the cooler. My toothbrush right next to my bed so I never forget to brush my teeth before I go to bed. Finally home from work. Oh no, I said it. Fuck. Daily humiliation ritual complete. Am I going to craft a bridge? Probably not. I mean, sometime. Maybe a couple helicopters from now, I'll think about doing it. But for now, I'm playing it safe. Some might say a little too safe, but I just don't want them, you know, coming across the bridge and stirring up trouble with the animals. Yeah, clock back into some oids. That's what you gotta clock back in for. I don't think there's any more logs for me to tie up, but go out and check. All right, bunch of logs. We'll just do 2 stack. That is plenty for now. Pick up all the twigs on the way back, so there's less items. Apparently, I left a bunch of rope here. That was probably back when the helicopter came originally. Oh, you said fridge, not bridge. Yeah, so refrigerator. I need a generator. Get a generator over here. I know where one is, but then I take a generator. I gotta fill it up with gasoline with a, you know, that I can siphon from a car, with a funnel and a rubber hose. I don't have. Then I put the generator next to the gas station and turn the generator on, but then I can't turn the generator on, so I need to get to level 3 electrical so that I can turn the generator on next to my house, you know, with fuel from there so I can keep it running. And I need to take apart 1,050 watches to be able to do that. So I can turn a generator on and put it over here with fuel and have it connected. And then I can use, you know, nothing that requires power over here because I've not set anything up that way. So that's the, you know, refrigerator situation. The refrigerator situation is crazy. forced Rad to make his own radio. He did make me do that. And then my radio just ate 30% of my battery as soon as the helicopter warning came, which, by the way, I should remember was yesterday. So, what's 13 plus that 25? So January 25th. I got to start worrying about the helicopter showing up again. Yeah, don't make the improvised radio, guys. I mean, there's very little reason to do it to begin with, but it's almost totally useless, I think. You can get another radio fairly easily, and that one is just very bad. You can't have a battery-powered refrigerator now. But the lamp with battery thing, that's a level 5 electrical. And getting to level 3 electrical is 75 experience plus 150 experience plus 300. So, aka 525 experience. And the level after that is 750. They're actually, hold on. Well, it's more. I don't know if I don't have a level 3 class that I can verify. But I think this one might be 750. But yeah, basically every additional level beyond 3 just becomes harder and harder. I mean, they already get harder, but it's gonna be more and more grinding. For perspective, I have had a run where I lived 3 years in very similar settings to this, and I only ever got to level 4 electrical, and that was after, you know, a lot of grinding, a lot of watch disassembly. Which radio am I using? I'm using Value Tech, but there's a crafted radio that I made yesterday, and as soon as the emergency broadcast came on, it used 30% of my battery. Ask him the same questions, yeah. Hi, bro. How are you on the Swing Fast map with the pigs too small? Computer, where is his car? Computer, delete his car right now. Change all of the wheels out and make them square. Yeah, it would be neat if the makeshift radio used the least amount of battery. I understand that it actually does kind of weigh a weird value. I don't think there's anything else in the game that weighs 1.65. But there's near zero reason to make it. It didn't even really give me that much electrical experience when I made it either. I don't even know where I put the damn thing. It's somewhere here. I might have put it on the table. Or actually, I think I put it away in the dark and I put it, yeah, it's right here. Yeah, this thing, don't ever make this. This is so bad. Still haven't forged a car, I've not. However, do you have a link to my settings? I started this run all on stream. If you're interested in the settings, if you're interested in the mods, if you're interested in any of that, it was all shown on stream. And the VOD is called Eating Bugs in the Woods. It was like 7 days ago. Dude, why are you wasting time with watching my god leveling electrical with only watches in Nightmare? There's like a thousand million things to disassemble in houses. I mean, I just do it with watches because there's 1 million oids in the map and they all drop watches. So there's and I also try not to like play super destructive. What's up, M-Bomb? M-Bomb's here. But yeah, I like the watch grind. Also, I'm not a huge fan of disassembly based you know, grinding. Especially in like multiplayer settings. It's kind of annoying when everything is just smashed up, so I try not to make it a habit. I'm mauling over electrical levels, maybe. I mean, electrical, you know, you get to level 1, you can hotwire. You get to level 3, you can start a generator. Anything beyond that, I don't know why you're doing it beyond just completionist. Or we're all mauling together. Alright, let me just pick up 1 million items so my game doesn't explode. One day we'll be able to tie tree branches together and get encumbrance reduction. Wouldn't that be awesome? Sit down. Destroy for fuel. What max level to craft a bed? So the issue with crafting a bed isn't so much getting to the, you know, level to make it, which, by the way, only level 4, you don't need a recipe. The issue is making the mattress. So to make the mattress, right, you might think, oh, this is only 4 things, right? You can get thread pretty easy, and needle's not that hard. Sheets you can get from curtains. The pillows, though. Making the pillows, this is horrible. Of course, you know, you can go to a hotel or a house or wherever, and that's actually what I did in this run because of how grief it is to craft these things. But, you know, if you can go to a house, it's not the worst thing to do. Or if you can just find pillows. But the pillow recipe, you need 100 feathers or 100 cotton balls or 100 wool or 100 turkey feathers or whatever. Doing that is it takes a lot of time. So I allowed myself to make the mattress using pillows that I found rather than, you know, getting 100 cotton balls. So I can do that. And funny enough that the bed that you can craft actually isn't good quality sleeping. This bed is average quality, and the mattress is also average quality. So if you're out in the woods and you want to make a sleeping surface, it's pretty much better to just go to somebody's house and take their bed in almost like all scenarios. It does look cool. Why not 100 rocks for the pillow? Yeah, 100. I just gotta make the stone slab room world bed and sleep on it because I'm a psychopath. I just sleep with my eyes wide open, looking at the ceiling, thinking of the 1,000 oids faces that I smashed with a rock. 5 happy face pillows. Yeah, what if they just made it so you could only make the crafted bed with crafted pillows, or very specific pillows? They can't be regular ones. But yeah, I think how they could fix that recipe is if they allowed you to do dried grass. Dried grass would be a nice substitute. And from what I can tell, dried grass isn't really used in any other recipe. Like, maybe you can use it for hay, I guess. If I can click on this. Grass. Yeah, gar. Grass. This one. So if you could dry this out and then use this for pillows, that wouldn't be horrible, but it's kind of bad. Bag of sand. Yeah, let me just have a sand bed. That would be nice and fun to sleep on, man. Soft stones. Yeah, let me get to masonry 10 so I can make the stones soft before I put them in my pillow. Bag of dirt. Bag of potato. Yeah, that'd be a stinky pillow within, you know, a couple months. I guess the potatoes do last for quite a while, but I don't know. They got to give that plant drying rack a little bit more of a purpose. You know, dry some lemongrass out. That would be awesome. Make your own pillows with the dried grass. So many opportunities. So many things. Yeah, we just click on the wrong thing a whole bunch. There we go. Got tree branches in my hand. Go over here. I am not gaining weight like my intentions were to, but I just eat 1/2 of this. Awesome. At least get to level 7 here. Still gives nothing on good bed quality. Was not aware of this. But either way, like, I think the crafted bed should go up to good quality, because the mattress alone, you can just throw a mattress on the floor and sleep on it in its average quality. So building the bed frame does nothing. Except for make it so you can't walk on the bed anymore. Oh, I should move where that stool is for that reason, because it's kind of hard to tell where it is in the dark. They can't just open the door and turn left to do things. Or what? There we go. Yeah, I'm sticking to the craft everything there, but at some point in the future, I might allow myself to get some furniture from the town, you know, to make it a little different. Okay, nobody is dead. We are all fine, it seems. Yeah, flooring would be nice. I think I'm going to focus on getting blacksmithing up. Because there is a gun store / like pawn shop in town. I kind of want to attempt to get into. Because first off, there's probably some neato weapons in there. And also a potential Rolex. So I can leave the poor life behind. I will no longer be, you know, it's impossible to call me a hobo when I have a Rolex and you don't have one. Just completely untrue. Hobo with a Rolex? No. That's just like calling me a bald guy with hair. Do it. There we go. Do it again. All right, we can't. Right here. Load it up. Why you can keep the pigs? So I can grow up and have more pigs. But yeah, leather. Once I have 1 million pigs, then I can have leather everything. I already have, you know, summer clothes, but I would like to have, you know, not just cotton everything. Alright, I have an insane amount of charcoal. Let's try to get some use out of it. So melt this stuff down. Fireplace poker. Large item. Okay. Medium item. Oh, here's the big money. Bro, I have a castle already. Yeah, we've built ourselves up from entirely nothing at all to royalty. Multi-level, it's not furnished. But now I gotta go down the blacksmith grind so I can bust into town and get myself some fancy Rolexes and guns and stuff. Oh wait, now I can't even fit this on the floor here. Alright, so if I'm leveling blacksmithing, forge sheet at level 4, and then I just smelt this back down and do it over and over again, I guess? Is that what the plan is? Yeah, we got the caulk castle. Ball peen hammer, I guess we're just running through a ball peen hammer. Steel chunk. Alright. Alright, I'm not gonna grief everyone. Accept, resume, click here, do that. Leveling for recipes, yeah. Admittedly, this is, you know, if I were doing a bit more of a honest playthrough, I would allow myself to read or something like that, but it's a bit on brand for me, I guess, to just play illiterate and go through everything. I don't know. Something's just wrong. I should try making those jar lids though. So what? Sheet. Sheet. You can do that. You can have a gold cup. Wow. The new sounds terrible. It's not the worst if you're listening to it at 1x speed. So if you're in a multiplayer server and you're doing blacksmithing, you know, it's just, you know, spaced out tinking noise or whatever. But then when you single player fast forward 4 times, it's kind of loud. Radford's a pumpkin eater? What do you mean, bro? A litter might be the play. I will say you're gonna have to approach the game very differently. If you don't have a bonus to stuff, then it takes a long time to level things up. Just speed up blacksmithing for 100 days. Yeah, I mean, it's more or less what you saw there, where I made the sheets, and then you take the sheets and melt them back down and go back and forth through that over and over again. Oh, wait, you want to do it into chunks so you can actually... Where is it? There. But I don't have a whole lot of charcoal anymore. But yeah, it's just how I've always played. You start from 0? Yeah. There's certain, you know, I did have a video on my channel kind of going over how to start from 0. But 0 plus illiterate, like 0 in all skills plus illiterate is... You're going to have to do some just obscene things to grind from nothingness. It's especially maintenance is bad, masonry is bad, blacksmithing's okay, carving is okay, but you know, getting to maintenance 1, especially if you aren't playing with Zomboids around, is really obtuse. The sun as it went down. 0 glassmaking. Yeah, certain skills like that you're just entirely locked out of. Yeah, if your intent is on to like max a character, it's really not the easiest thing. Like the most grief grind I think I've done in the save so far is the tailoring grind, but it's not like tailoring was ever good to begin with. But doing this illiterate, no bonus, it's quite you just make the sack over and over again, basically. Or is it rip sack? You rip a sack and then you just make the sack again, and then you keep ripping it and then sewing it and ripping and sewing it and over, and it really does suck. Tracking is probably the most useless skill, yes. Tracking and trapping should just be combined into hunting, but you know, I've said that time and time again. They are not really utilized at all. Eat the fish. I'm sad. $10,000 hours to become a master in a skill? Maybe. But, I mean... I think a master would also progress and do harder and harder tasks rather than just continuously making the same level 1 thing of dice over and over again to level my carving. Maybe I'm a master carver of only the dice. Alright, well, I need to fish more tomorrow. Or, I guess I can fish today. Those bubbles aren't in the worst spot for me. Still salty they took out the trapping from a hunting magazine and replaced it with crappy track. I'm pretty sure you can still... So, hunter trait, you learn the box trap. Right? You learn this. This is otherwise you have to do from a TV show. This is the only other way that you can learn this. I mean, maybe if you find one in the world, you can learn it somehow, but you can at least start trapping with Hunter. Whereas, you know, if you take Bushcrafter, you learn the snare trap, but you have the recipe for it, but you're not level 1, so you can't do it. Which is just it's kind of bad. How you can use tracking mode, you sneak behind a animal and use the foraging menu. Don't ever think I'll do a max skills run. Yeah, I don't think either. Like the closest I've done is maxing out combat skills, but that one was just a little bit more enjoyable. But like doing a literate max out is just, that's also kind of my reason for not joining the rat race and all that, is because I just always play illiterate, and one of the main goals of that is maxing your skills, which, you know, I just can't really do unless I just invest a lot of time into a task already. That's going to take me forever. But I mean, admittedly, I've already kind of gotten to the point in this run where the only like goals left I have are skill mastery, which I guess is, you know, goes into my questions from yesterday about like, you know, making videos and all that and duration for things. It's cursed across the river. What do you mean on the server? Yeah. The server should be 500 Z pulling cap, but there should be a lot of them. Yeah, the rat race I think is a, you know, interesting challenge, but there were some settings that I didn't particularly enjoy. It was my reason for not joining. But I have tuned into a number of streams of people doing it. No, the server is 16. Because I wanted to try out the, you know, culling cap and see how bad it might be. Oh, it's not so much like capitalization and all that. I was just, you know, more curious about like the scale of what videos like that typically encompass. Most of my stuff ends up being like, you know, 400 hour just me killing everything kind of thing. So a bit more of a question of like when do I just stop doing that and, you know, progress to actually editing it down. Whoops. Yeah, that's the problem, is that I haven't done a whole lot of that, but I don't know. I need to, like I said, just quit being a bum and, you know, actually put a little more effort into it rather than just playing. All the fish are down. That is up. Yeah, I'll just screenshot or whatever this stuff so I remember to figure some of that out. Oh my god, can I get to my top bar down here, please? Thank you. Yeah, you just got screenshotted, buddy. Yeah, good luck in court. See you in court. Oh, whoops. I made a depression salad. It's over for me. Taking pics of a screen. Okay, no. I used the snipping tool. Thank you. I do that occasionally just with my phone because I think it's more funny. It's like the classic Zomboid thing. How am I dying to corpse sickness? And there's like a picture from a phone and you can see one zombie corpse. I don't know, bro. Okay, I do use my 2 fingers to type though. I don't use my like whole hand. I use, well, okay, I used 3 fingers from the WASD and then my other one. That's it. That's our castle so far. Not furnished though. Gotta play The Sims. I'm gonna go into the town and see what's around because I haven't even found the gun store yet. You know, I should get weapons before I do that though. Let's be smart about this. Take some of the bases over. Awesome. As we've been goofing off at the house trying to gain weight and build stuff for too long. Take a break from that. And I'm getting hot. Oh, you know, I did put these back on. Should be fine now. It's a lot of stone walls. It did take a while to do, not gonna lie. If you know what to look for, it's not the worst thing ever. You just look for these big, large stone boulders. You can smash those up with, you just look in the recipe thing under break. You can break those into 10 rocks. So you get, you know, several walls from finding one of them. The real issue is getting the cement. Cement takes a considerable amount of upkeep to get going. It's very blue. Let's get to the town before I waste the whole day just fighting on the road before I can get in. Everything to do a run like this with sprinters? Probably not. Sprinters, I think, are good for, you know, challenge runs that don't require you to build yourself up from zero. or just like a holdout kind of event or something like that. But this one, it's like, I mean, more or less going to be kind of like what I did with the Extinction run, where, hey, I grinded strength and, you know, got my short bats up. So now that I could, you know, actually kill Zeds in one hit, and then a sprinter comes and kills me in one hit too. So it's like, but he didn't have to grind for 5 hours to do that. It just happened. I think I have a little bit more fun with sprinters and quick runs, but maybe someday I'll need to change what I'm doing. Play a little differently. But that window is open. We just have an oven outside. I made a radio, yes, and it was very bad. Honestly, the Value Tech radio is what I'm going to be using, because the makeshift radio, I turned it on and it used 30% of my battery capacity. It was just a bit ridiculous. Often for me annoying, but it also get a jump scare. Yeah, the Extinction is 6%, so it's similar, you know. Not a huge fan of them. Is how much you have to rely on fences and wall frames and stuff. And I guess, you know, the Extinction run, I more or less could have played it a bit more how I'm playing my run right now, and that would be optimal, but I was already doing this run, you know, where I'm out in the woods. I didn't exactly want to start another one where I was doing the same thing. Okay, this goes out of town, right? I want to be on the main street. The main street is probably where the gun store is. It does not loop around here. I need to just go back to where I was. Probably go ahead and just wear my gas mask when I'm here, though. Wear it. Then I'm gonna put... Oh, do I not have a clean rag? I just used so much water doing that. I hate the fog sound effects. Yeah, I'm also not a huge fan of fog to begin with. It just stays around for so long, and also, like you mentioned, there's just a sound effect constantly going on. The sound that I can't stand is the heartbeat sound. I have a mod that straight up turns the heartbeat sound off. Of course, late game like this, there's not really I'm not panicked ever, but early game you're just constantly hearing the heartbeat. Okay, so that's the tool store. The gun store somewhere. Is it this? No. Law firm, okay. Radford. Okay, you were actually just saying my name, not Redford or something. Oh, they have metal bars on their window. They have a bunch of camping stuff though. Wait, is there's a fish in here? Cotton fish. Can I call you Topher? No. I mean, you already did. Hunting overall is nice. Nothing that I can use though. Wait, is this box trap? I could do, you know, I already have some of the wire traps over there to start trapping if I really wanted to. Love you Fur from UK. Thanks, bro. We're trying out here. What's my character's occupation? I am a carpenter. Carpenter. Big time carpenter. Maybe the gun store. I thought it was like up here on the corner, but I guess not. Trapping starts now. I already have a wire trap over there. There's one of the garages in the back of this place that just has a bunch of wire traps. But I don't have any bait for it since it's, you know, winter and I can't grow anything. For the bear tracks and the rat traps, there was a singular rat trap that was placed, but I didn't grab it. Making a spear from a tree branch for leveling up, a good thing. You can't do tree branch anymore. You can only do sapling. But if you're like level 0 on all your stats, you don't have any bonuses at all. The spear is like the best thing that you can make to hit against a tree with. But for the most part, I would, you know, just level your carving by making stakes. They're far easier to get, and that is what you do with the tree branch. You catch a bear with the trap. There's no bears. There are no bears. None. No bears. Or where is the gun store? What can I do with stakes? You can hit him against a tree and get maintenance experience. But, I mean, it's just how you level up carving. Alright, we're kind of surrounding ourselves with oids right now. Wait, I think that... yeah, guns and ammo. I have rally group turned off. I have default rally group. Oh my god, get up, bro. We can slow get up. Awesome. Nah, I didn't almost die. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Wash streamer. Hey man, I haven't gotten touched yet. I've been hit by one fence lunge this whole run. Not to mention, so even if I did get bit there, guys, let's remember, I have a net guard that has a 5% chance to protect me. No issues. That would have saved me. You said you don't want to use guns. What are you doing in a gun store? I mean, I'll use them eventually. If I have them, but I don't have a bonus, so it'll take me a long time to level up. Why they added bear traps to the games without bears? I've never seen them, if they are there. Yeah, let me read the aiming book for some aiming experience real quick. Maybe I'll read the long blade book when I'm done. Looting in a looting game, I'll loot stuff that I can't make, like bullets. If you read a book, you get a % XP multi, you do. I am unable to do that. Veteran is the best occupation. I think veteran just costs a lot. If you intend on playing a shooting character, you can play police officer for less points, and you get a nimble bonus. You can take police officer and the brave perk for the same cost as veteran, except with brave, you don't suffer the penalties of desensitize that make you have nightmares all the time. And then with that combination that I just mentioned, you get nimble. All for the same cost. Bro, these light bulbs just ain't built to last. Yeah, you have a hidden bonus of you don't get uncomfortable with like clothing with veteran, but uncomfortable, like I'm uncomfortable right now, and it doesn't, this isn't really bad if you, so long as you're killing Zeds. If you're not killing Zeds, then it is bad, yes. But if you're uncomfortable and you're not killing Zeds, why don't you just like, you know, take your armor off or whatever you have on, making you comfortable? So like, I have uncomfortable modifier, but I've, you know, killed like 200 guys today. No big deal. Panic isn't an aiming skill thing, it's just a time survived. So that's why my character that has been alive for, you know, 6 months, I can run down the street where there's 1 million oids and not really get panicked at all. And if I do get panicked, it goes away very quickly. Like, I'll run down here and maybe you'll see the panic move will kind of pop up, but it goes away just almost instantly. Like, oh man, I'm terrified, my world is ending, oh man. Oh god, this is so terrifying, right? But then it's like already gone because I've been alive for so long. Any occupations have hidden bonuses like lumberjack or yeah, so veteran has the uncomfortability bonus, but it also has a hidden nightmare bonus. You have more nightmares as veteran. Lumberjack, you can cut trees down, you can swing axes faster. And basically every perk in the game has some hidden bonus to the stuff that they can find while foraging. So Carpenter has a slight bonus to finding building materials. Veteran has a slight bonus to finding ammunition. Yeah, the snow does make the screen very bright, not gonna lie. Uh, the yeah, I'm not a huge veteran. I played veteran when I was a bit newer to the game though. It's pretty good for that. Because veteran, even if you don't go into aiming, you know, you don't have to deal with panic when you're doing melee combat. But overall, like brave police officer is just better. Yeah, brave police officer. It's uh, kind of uncomparable. Still, it's a little too expensive. I think if veteran was the same cost as police officer, it'd be more people. Like I get a lot of people already take veteran, you know, because everyone likes to shoot guns and all that. But for like that actual game balance, I think veteran police officers probably cost the same. Police officer is honestly a pretty price efficient perk as is. You get free nimble. Diev is better than the katana. How the hell? If you, I just need to go back to using the flint katanas, man. But yeah, admittedly, whatever weapon I'm using right now, especially considering that I'm, you know, level 8 and my melee skills is gonna look very powerful. But yeah, I'll go back to using the flint katana here pretty soon. Hey, Flow. Yeah, I mean, I got the queasy noodle, but I'm not super worried about it. I mean, that should be most of the stuff down to the gun store here, but it's gonna be a while before I have a sledgehammer. So I gotta get to 9. That's gonna be quite a bit of grinding. I've done it before. This is Fallas Lake. Can I use the screwdriver? I can probably use the welding mask. That's what you're talking about. I mean, technically I could, you know, burn my way in. That doesn't require any skill. Or build stairs and rappel in. There's a number of options. No, I didn't mean like skill on my part. It just skill on the character's part to start the fire. Is this just a used TV store? Oh, we are exhausted. Picking up 6 to fix lag, hotfix. In general, the game is probably not gonna, you know, get fixed to the degree that I'm picking 6 up in grass and all that. But I'm not sure exactly when you were asking that question, but there was a time where I didn't even have crates, but that was because I didn't have nails. I just had everything on the floor, which is typically pretty bad. You can pick up crates now? Yeah, you can. That is new to build 42. You can just grab them, but not when they have stuff in them. Ryan happened to making a stone sledgehammer and was so disappointed when I found out that you can't destroy the mall. Yeah, the mall you can't use as a sledgehammer. You can break rocks with it though. But yeah, a lot of those, you know, heavy weapons just end up being pretty useless. Pack shotgun. Hold it. Hi, bro. When are you going to use a gun? Right now, silly. Alright, it's over for me. That was my gun experience. And everyone hated it. They always all want to kill me. The attack shotgun, I think you can't put a choke on it though. I think it is a little bit more limited than what it can have. Do I have crafted guns? I can't make guns. No guns, no ammo. So if I want to use them, I gotta, you know, get them off Zeds or in houses or wherever. Of course, you know, the name of the challenge, craft everything. Some things you just can't. I got animals? Yes. I make a holster, see about having a pistol on me. It's gonna be a while before, you know, I have any real aiming capability. I got an M9 with some bullets. And I am now realizing I'm nauseous, so I'm gonna get on out of here. Because corpse sickness does not play around in this update. It is very, very bad. Did I scratch myself? Fine. It's fine. Fine. I didn't even lose my mask. Shoes are fine. Hand wraps have less conditioned, I guess. But you don't sprint over barricades when you are over encumbered. But if I weren't nauseous, or if I had fed myself, I wouldn't be over encumbered. Alright, I'm just gonna get out of here. All over, damn it. All over. All over. All over. Can I craft Alice? I cannot craft an Alice vest. I make a chest rig, but I don't have the recipe. Eject. Probably stand to level up my reloading too. Sprinters on, I don't. You gotta drive and reload, so that way you're just locked into going to whatever speed and direction you were going when you started reloading. Let Jesus take the wheel. What's up, bro? Making our way into the town, and actually going pretty well. But you know, I did have a bit of a close call, but you know, depending on who you ask, it all worked out. And I forgot I had fish on me that I should have been eating this whole time. Can't skin that fish barcode. That's a fish barcode. Yeah, not phallic at all. Not even a little bit. That'll save me a bit of more unfavorite. Put that away. Get the walkie-talkie back wherever it's in my hand. One less thing I gotta carry. Ask him why he don't want used car. Yes. Ask him where he is on the map. Why he swing fast. How to stop corpse sickness. Never before asked questions. Evil one. Guy has caused more damage to me than all the voids in this whole world. Abundant wool. Day 4 doing the exercise routine. Yeah, it's I mean, much like any routine, your first like couple days, like I didn't feel the moodles I have in that video represent how I felt. You're gonna feel pretty bad until it, you know, sets in. But I've been pretty active since that, you know, got my bench back up to what it used to be. Been doing some weighted pull-ups, brah. How do you gain weight, you fish? Fish? You farm rabbits? Or you make butter? Those are your options. Anything else? Either puts you reliant on loot, or you are losing weight. That is just how the game is balanced right now. Do I think it should be that way? No. But I'm not a dev. I'm not a beta tester. Those decisions are not up to me. Yeah, you can do sunflowers, but that's like even more further down the line and requires more prep than even the cows do. Yeah, honestly, I mean, it was more what drove me to do that kind of exercise routine was just that, like, I don't think that it really requires any, you know, equipment or anything to get started from nothing. Like, I didn't have, I mean, I guess at the time I did have a gym membership, but, you know, there wouldn't be really all that much difference between me going to the gym and, you know, training on a bunch of machines versus me just doing push-ups in my bedroom. Like, the outcome would be the same. We're gonna make the flint katana. I got double Luthex. Okay, bro. You just want to flex on me. We're going flint katana mode again. Bag of dog food. I mean, it works. I'll be honest. I didn't have any Plates, I still don't have plates. I just had the barbell. But, I mean, in PZ, it's just called barbell. I do have a, like, old-ass non-Olympic barbell or whatever that my dad got when, I don't know, like a long-ass time ago. And it's got some weights on it, but as I said earlier, I don't think it really makes a huge difference. And, you know, I was able to make gains with, like, nothing really. Saw. Let's do the saw. 17 tries. I can't believe you did that, bro. I was lullabying my child to sleep, and then you decided to make 17 of something. And now I can't believe it. What was that sound? It's the sound of progress. Sound of progress being made. Alright, I'm gonna throw all these on the floor. Then go here, eat some more fish, eat all, make some more fish salad. Awesome. Yeah, I got you. I mean, like, my, I stopped working out for like a year and a half or something like that. And I was able to bounce back from it pretty quickly. Like muscle memory, if you ever had something, it comes back very quickly. People, what to go? Go to the gun store, man. Kill oids. Yeah, I'm a bit more focused on just, you know, clearing out the whole town first. Is the thing. But yeah, I know there's a metal gate stopping me from getting in there. All right, when you play 16 action spawn, when are you instantly running to the wilderness, and where do you recommend to run? To which town do you spawn? I mean, just wherever there is water and wherever there is a low population of Zeds that you can scale up. I mean, that of course depends on the town. If you're asking about Fallas Lake, it's the water's to the left. Other towns, you know, Riverside, West Point, there is no shortage of water. You have the entire Ohio River to work with. What are my thoughts on knives? I think the knife is probably the worst weapon type in build 42 right now. Most of the, you know, fighting knives, or not most, basically all the fighting knives were doubled in weight in build 42. And also now you have to kind of manage the whole sharpness modifier thing. Now, of course, there's the long stone knife, which is the one that you're gonna, you know, end up using a lot, which doesn't have a sharpness modifier that you have to, you know, manage. But it does weigh 1. So, you know, there's other weapons, you know, similar to the one that I have in my hand right now that weigh 1. Don't have a sharpness modifier. Swing basically just as fast as the short blade, kill in 1 hit, and have more range. And are equally as, if not easier, to craft than the longstone knife. So if you want knife gameplay but with more damage and more range, you play axe. If you want, you know, a weapon skill that also doubles as a utility for, you know, getting resources, aka cutting down trees, you play axe. If you want a weapon skill that is useful in both early game and late game, and its availability, its power, its damage output, all that, you play axe. Yeah, the knife has like some niche uses in that, like, a lot of the weapons you find stuck in Zeds are knives. So if you're playing high population 16x early game and you're intending on fighting with a bunch of, you know, crap like butter knives and stuff, that is an option. But, you know, you could also just work towards using, you know, the crude axe or flint saw. Wouldn't really take all that much effort. Or go into carving and, you know, use the baseball bat or short bat. There's no respawn though. Can be used tall fences since Zeds can't get through them for free kill. Yeah, it's got some like niche things like that, but that's like, you know, that happens very infrequently. There's not a whole lot of times where you're, you know, poking at a Zed through a fence. Not to mention now, like, the fences can break now, so if you're really trying to farm kills through a fence, like, the fence will eventually break, and if you're playing 16x, it doesn't take all that much for the fence to break. Why no belt? Because I need to craft it. I do have a belt. I have a rope belt. Yeah, knives can be good for low stamina, but the flint saw is also as equally good for low stamina. Oh, you know what? I didn't put the mask on when I came over here. I've been standing on top of all of this stink. Breathing it in. Stone Scythe and Flint Saw are identical weapons. They're the exact same. Now you're getting some van wheels, sounds like. I'm like finally exerted. You just fight forever with this thing. You know what? Rag. Put rag in. There we go. That leather jacket. Fill that up. Wheezy. Stick around a little longer. perception with this mask is so bad at night. At like a fourth of my screen I can actually see. Me shooting a gun? Unheard of. Check the aim and skill 13.6. Be a master one day. I shot a shotgun like 7 times. It's only dangerous if you can't deal with it. I dealt with it. Get that sugar rush before you go to bed. CTC is pretty good, good for cereal, though, I will admit. Go for something right now. Okay, my perception with this thing on is just so horrible. Okay, there's a number of them out here. The road is not looking good. Oh yeah, I might just need to leave, bro. I got 3 more hours in the day. Just exhausting myself fighting these guys when I gotta go to bed. Alright, I'm gonna have to do some work to get back in the town, it looks like. So that road, not looking great. If I stream this game regularly, you can check the VODs. I have not missed a day in the last week. Yeah, I play Zomboid. I can't do it full time. That down, put... Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. It's just expand this thing out. Sure. Take this out, then I'll do that into the air. It looks even better when the sun's up and you actually see it. Eat some fish. It's going bad. All arrow going up. Nah, I'm not building no one's house anytime soon. Alright, we did gain some weight. I'm still gonna be low. I was thinking about taking a bit of a break from killing in the town today and just trying to get my weight up. Plus, I'm very close to getting the strength level up, so grind that out real quick. Shouldn't be too hard. Roll that on the floor. Health, exercise, push-ups. Do it. There'll be a damage bonus, and also I can carry more. Go. Now 7-7. rag filter that is actually about to be bad. Rag and gas mask, we're good. Dirty rag. You just do squats and push-ups. Those are your 2 best exercises for that. You can do burpees if you want, but burpees put strain over your whole body. Whereas the other one, you can separate that and also just, you know, progress with whichever one you know, are attempting to push. The barbell and dumbbell are not worth it. The animation is slower, so it over the course of, you know, exercising is more efficient to do push-ups. Squats do fitness, push-ups do strength. Food, got a decent amount of that. Those I can go out and fight on the road. The road is not clear. Now I am becoming uncomfortably hot. Maybe I should go back to wearing the cotton shirt, I guess. I'm already like weirdly insulated. Probably the cotton pants. Bruh. So, for those of you that don't know, when you have exercise strain from exercise, your muscle strain, when you have a weapon, just like does not drop. So, I kind of can't do anything today. Look at all these weapons home. I mean, I can do the reloading grind because that's so hype, isn't it? All right, watch this. Primary, secondary. Then I get a bunch of 9mm. Unload. Unload. Oh my god, he's doing the reloading grind. And you can do this in complete darkness. And it's just dark room. Loading and unloading 2 M9 magazines. But far better to do it here than do it when you're surrounded by oids. Yeah, I could have been eating food the whole time I was doing this, but I'm stupid. Eat all. Small stripe pass. Nice. Oh, whoops. Nice. All right, how much reloading did I do? I did 488. Easy peasy. And this is going to be my lunch. By freezing to death, it is one of the noodles I had. But I only had tier 2, so no, it was not impacting me or my health. There's doors now? Yeah, the only thing I'm missing, I mean, I guess furniture, but is windows. And I can make windows if I could do glass making, but I can't, so. Need to be able to read the magazine or have level 1 artisan to start glass making, and I don't have either of those options. Can I build a bridge? I could build a bridge, but the thing with me building a bridge is then the Zomboids would also have a bridge to my house. Can I read the magazine? I'm not illiterate, so I can't read. Why this? I thought that one would have something. It's stuff bag didn't. I mean, glass making doesn't take a lot of effort to do. Once you start doing it, I've done a stream where I got glass making 10 all in the same stream. 0 to 10. You think about Indie Stone bias for balance instead of realism. I think a lot of players, such as, you know, what you're describing, only want there to be realism when it, you know, is good for them. And, you know, it's the same could be said. So like something gets nerfed because it's too powerful or whatever, then people are like, this is shitty because, you know, but I don't know. I think that everyone just wants to complain. And I don't really want to entertain that. The video game. Yeah. Realistically, My woods caveman can make this one-shotting machine out of sticks and stones. And realistically, it would be better than anything I could make on the forge. Realistically. Realistically, every Zomboid has the same shoe size. Every Zomboid wears the same shirt. Men, women. Where are the children? They wear the same shoots and shirts and whatever. Realistically. Realistically, you have to brush your teeth. Otherwise you get a cavity and your teeth hurt every time you bite down on food. Realistic. Realistically, you forge an area once. The next day, you can't forge it again. You have to go further and further away from your base. Of course, the things that I'm describing are probably never going to get added to the game, right? Because they would be grief. Now, if you can point to whatever one specific example that you think is too realistic and impacts the player negatively, and why it should be removed from the game, sure, maybe there's like a couple examples there, but you know, I don't think the game is too punishing in that regard. End of the day, I'm playing as a caveman that eats nothing but fish, goes to bed the second his head hits the pillow, swings his arm around with a twig weapon and one-shots Zeds non-stop. It was never realistic. Bouncing play is how you keep people around for years. Yeah, there's got to be balance for everything. Like, I think, you know, one of the examples people point out very often is like, you know, being uncomfortable wearing armor. And then the argument online you see is, oh, I would be happy wearing armor. It's like, you would be happy wearing 40 kilograms of steel all the time and being sweaty and all that. Like, that sounds horrible, bro. That's like, I've never been a cop or, you know, a soldier or anything, but I can imagine, you know, you get back from rucking around with, you know, 40 to 80 pounds of stuff. When you finally take it off at the end of the day, you feel amazing. I was in the army. It was, yeah, I mean, like, you know, you just become 80 pounds lighter, you know. I think uncomfortability, you know, it's needed. Also, like, there should be some, you know, incentive behind bathing your character, I think, as well. That's, like, something, you know. I don't think my guy should be just as ecstatic as he was the day he was born because he's covered in filth and hasn't dipped himself in water for the last 40 days. Now, I don't think I should, you know, in turn just, you know, become a hopeless wreck the second I put a football pad on, but for the most part, like, how armor works is it causes you to become anxious and you lose anxiety by attacking Zeds. So the times where you're going to have armor on are when you're near an enemy that can hit you and not when you're chilling around the base. Zomboid bites force of an alligator will ever suit. Yeah, I mean the like clothing admittedly does not, you know, protect you a lot, but if you do actually make like the steel armor and all that, they can't bite through it. It takes like, you know, something ridiculous, like 20 bites from a Zed before it can, you know, be shattered. So the armor is actually pretty powerful, like the late game stuff. Of course, like the early game, you know, leather and all that, or bone armor usually breaks pretty quickly, but the game would also be unbalanced if all it took was I'm wearing a leather jacket, now they can't hit me, right? Or, you know, so these guys are, you know, they've been walking around rotting, eating nothing for the last 6 months. Like I could just wait for them to starve and stop moving and then play the game with no zombies. Realism. Yeah, if they're like busting up and rotten and all that, they already do get weaker as the game goes on. There's like a, you know, time causes deterioration setting or whatever in Sandbox. That's why these guys, you know, early game, you can find all sorts of clothes that are otherwise just untouched, but late game, you know, basically every t-shirt you have is either going to have, you know, multiple holes in them or just be completely wrecked where it just is broken. It was good, man. Kind of fighting my way back into town. The road was very clumped up on my way back yesterday. But I've actually made a pretty solid dent and stuff. They migrate a lot. It's mainly like if a meta event goes on. I did turn the helicopter on, but the primary driver behind like the movement is mainly if there's like a shotgun meta event. Those are, you know, what kind of do a lot of it. And the meta events in Build 42 don't mess around. Just when a shotgun goes off and basically, you know, you'll hear a shotgun and it's coming from over here. And basically that means every zombie that, including the ones that aren't loaded, but that are just even remotely near you, they're gonna go towards it. So you just have a shift of everything walking that way. Or, you know, if it happens to the south, they all just walk southern or, you know, whichever direction it is. And that's true for all metas. So, you know, you hear like a lady scream or you'll hear some wolves or something. There aren't wolves in the game, but they do, you know, function the same way as the shotgun. The shotgun one is just the loudest of those. Sometimes you'll hear like a machine gun. The game files also reference guns that aren't in the game. Like one of the machine gun shoots is an FAL or whatever. It's at least what the sound file is, and there's no FAL in the game. Realistically, there would be an FAL because the FAL sound is in the game files. Realistically, there's a debug AK-47 that was removed in 42.16.3. Realistically, if you took the zombies' clothes off, then you would be able to see their butt. Now, I'd say it is, you know, somewhat faithful. Like, in terms of zombie games, this is probably as close to, you know, a realistic portrayal of what it would be. You know? You're not playing Dying Light and drop kicking a Zed off of you. As fun as it may be, I don't think a lot of people can do that. Okay, bro. Up gunfire. Why is my webcam isn't small? It's above average. It's a realistic sized webcam. Yeah, it's not small. Lead pipe, can't do nothing with that. No, sir. I should just not have that tab open. Make it smaller? Bro, what? No.
Hey. Hey.
And the courage, go out and do shit. I mean, it's all a matter of, like, if you're playing by yourself, just especially if you're a new player, I think multi-hit definitely makes the game a lot more accessible. You try that setting. You also don't have to play with as aggressively, you know, high as a population as you see some, you know, people playing with. You don't need to have 1 million oids in your game to have fun. Yeah, it's a bit hard to, you know, get other people. It's a hardcore game for sure. It's mainly just because, like, you know, it comes down to the controls aren't the greatest and you die in one hit. But controls, you know, and ease of use can be mitigated somewhat by playing with multi-hit, and you can also just turn off infection if you don't want to play with the, you know, one-shot mechanics. Yeah, nothing wrong with it. I just choose not to play with it personally because it does make the game a little too easy for me. Say as I'm, you know, spamming some fast swing exploits. But yeah, multi I think is a good setting to have on to learn. Okay, well, yeah, sorry, I didn't want these things to work. Multi-hit makes it so that you can hit several Zeds at once with an attack. So, like, think about how in, like, Left 4 Dead or... I mean, Left 4 Dead is just the best portrayal of, you know, you swing a fire axe and it cleaves through, you know, several zombies in front of you instead of just hitting a one. Did it spread the full damage? Yeah, it doesn't do any less damage than just hitting a single one. I'm not sure about muscle strain though. It might do more if you hit them, but I'm not 100%. But again, if you really don't want to play with that setting, you can just turn that off. Like, I think the, like, low cortisol way of playing this game, just have multi-hit on, muscle strain off, infection off. It's no stress. I mean, of course, you can die still, right? There's some level of stress, but you're avoiding all, like, the super difficult parts of the game that way. Yeah, I get there's like the realism crowd that they like, realistically I would cleave through 8 zombies with a katana, you know. It's like, I don't know, maybe if you're Ronnie Coleman you would get through one, but What I think about extinction mode, I had some fun with it, but personally, I'm not a huge fan of sprinters. Just a bit reliant on finding fences and all that. And I was already playing this run, which, you know, essentially required me to run out into the woods. And that more or less is the same gameplay that you get from Extinction, plus the added sprinters. So I kind of went back to playing this one, but I did try it out a couple days ago. I already had this run going, so I went back to it. Multi-hit's on by default with weapons, like the shotgun. So certain rifle rounds you can penetrate Zeds and shoot more than one, or shotguns you can hit more with, you know, several pellets. But it's not the easiest thing to set up in Build 42. Build 41, the shotgun was awesome. You could kill like 4 Zeds with it at once, and it's not really like that anymore. Weapon sticking into, I mean, it already does with the short blade. If you've ever done the jaw stab animation, there's a chance that the knife gets stuck in the Zed. So that type of mechanic is already there. It's just only for the short blade. The short blade was a bit of a skill cannon in Build 41 because you could just fight forever with that thing if you knew what you were doing, if you were a high enough level. Not so much anymore. Yeah, there's a lot to learn. I mean, I also just watched a considerable amount of the game too, so what you know just compounds from, you know, what other people know too. Yeah, I mean, realistically, the only like multi-hit I think would be balanced on regular single hit weapons is like the sledgehammer or maul. Some of the like heavier weapons are just not really worth making at all. Bucket maul, cudgel, so like all the, you know, or wood axe is another one. The heavy swing weapons, I guess, you know, sledgehammer, these are near useless in a single hit. I mean, they're not even great in a multi-hit setting either, but you know, it would give maybe them a little bit of a purpose. There's just very little reason to even attempt swinging some of these heavy weapons because they eat up your stamina so much. Oh, this is not where I want to be. Just make the killdozer. There's definitely mods out there if that's what you want to do, but not in single player. You can use welding to repair cars, but that's about it. There's no like I can make a tank kind of stuff. But welding is a bit of a weak skill in terms of the things you can do with it. Yeah, you can hit across the fence. You can even hit Zeds on the floor beyond a fence. Again, realism, but it's kind of nice that you can do that so that you don't miss over and over again. But hey, sometimes the Zeds can hit you on the other side of the fence, so be careful. There's some forbidden build techniques, like building double fences. Some people frown upon you for doing stuff like that, but honestly, it does kind of carry some risks. It's not the risk-free way of killing as it may seem. Take over Valley Station. Or not Valley Station, but Falls Creek. Make it my own. I got most of these guys cleared up, but I am nauseous, so I gotta get out of here. Probably like 11,000 or something. It's the number. This is the best way to level up maintenance. Use weapons. Beat Zeds with them. Hit them until they die. That is how you level up maintenance. And on your way to doing that, you'll level up your weapon skills too, which also increases the amount of maintenance you get. But if you're asking how to get it up from 0, I do have a video on my channel going over how to level up your character with no skills. It is a lot more grief than, you know, had you taken a skill bonus. But you can do it. Would I recommend you doing it? Not really. But you can do it. I think the game is far more enjoyable with a skill bonus. And way less grindy. Fresh cooked, that should flip the arrow around. Did not. I still got to eat more. Well, maybe we're not gaining weight today. GG, what happened? What do you mean? What did he mean by this? I was gonna say. Nothing happened. Nothing ever happens. Alright, can't gain weight, but I don't have any fish to eat. GG, bro, you're already dead. You just don't know it. It's over for me. It's over. Alright, but real talk, I'm gonna have to end it a little earlier here today. In work. But making our way into the town. I know where the gun store is now. I just gotta weld my way into it, I guess. I haven't done any welding yet, but I do have the tools to do it. And there is propane tanks just inside the town that I can access. I did finish up the castle, so we got it fully fenced. It's not fully furnished, but we're getting there. That is happening. I started using guns this stream. We got reloading 3, maintenance very well. Could be maxed out next stream. You know, I could, continue playing for another 3 days and probably have it maxed out, but I do have to go to bed a little earlier today. Axe 9. What else happened? Napping 8's about to happen. Masonry is not going to level up unless I keep doing it. I got strength 7. That's another thing. But most of these later level strength and fitness grinds are really not going to happen until I, sit down and grind them for hours and hours and hours. So it really does slow down from here. I'll probably be 7-7 for a while, but we're going to end it here for today, guys, and I will catch you guys later.